Testing, 1, 2. Microphone check.
Check. 3, 2, 1, 7, 9.
Alrighty, hello, and welcome back to the final day of racing action for the 2024 Cross Country Junior National Championships here in Lake Placid, New York. Today is another day and therefore another weather system out there, so I hope everybody's getting fired up for the relay, action-packed relay day.
I know that I am definitely fired up. And we'll just run you through a quick preview of our schedule today. It's 8:54. The course is now closed for athletes, I believe. At 9 a.m. in just 5 minutes, we'll be seeing the U20 4x3 kilometer relay that will go woman, man. So it is a mixed relay. Really excited to see what they bring. Then following that at 10 o'clock, we're going to have a small mass start of athletes who did not have enough members of their teams in corresponding gender to form complete relay teams. So we'll see a 3-kilometer mass start, little fun racing action for those athletes so they still get to throw down on this course today. Following that at 10:30, we'll have the U18 4x3 kilometer relay in the same format. And then finally at 12 noon, we will see the U16's 4x3 kilometer relay, rounding out this incredible week of racing here in Lake Placid.
Yeah, it's gonna be so great, and I gotta say I'm really happy to see that Al Serano 3-kilometer mass start on the schedule at 10 a.m. That's a really cool opportunity because along with the change to the mixed relay with both men and women on the same team, it can get a little bit tricky to have the numbers mesh up perfectly. But you know, the spirit of JN's is not to have any athletes sitting on the sidelines. So getting them out there in that 3K mad dash is exactly the right thing to do, and it's going to be a ton of fun to watch, and Quincy and I will be here commentating. But back to the relay action, starting off in just a few minutes. We have an absolutely massive U20 field, including 3 Alaskan teams, 1 Far West team, 2 Great Lakes teams, 1 High Plains team, 4 Intermountain teams, 3 Midwest teams, 5 New England teams, 2 Pacific Northwest teams, 1 Rocky Mountain team, and 2 Rocky Mountain / guest teams. So it's really going to be a ton of fun to watch these teams, and we're going to have all the good camaraderie and team excitement that always comes along with relay day. So stay tuned as the athletes are getting queued up in the start line, getting ready to go out and tackle this course. So we have it's a 4x3 kilometer race here. Each athlete will just tackle 1 lap of the 3K before tagging off to their teammate, who will go out and do the exact same 3K. And it's definitely an interesting race length. These U20s especially probably haven't raced a race as short as a 3K without being a sprint in a very long time. So it comes with interesting racing tactics and pacing for sure, but I think we'll just see fast and furious start from all the teams because everybody wants to put their team in the best position to capitalize in subsequent legs. So should be a fun one.
Yeah, it'll definitely be a fun one. And any of you wondering the current Alaska Cup point standings, I've got you covered. Currently in the lead is New England with 1,032 points. They're going to be pretty hard to beat since they have almost a 300-point lead, or actually more than a 300-point lead over Intermountain in second place with 727 points. But in third, close behind, is Alaska with 717. In fourth is Rocky Mountain with 485. Fifth is Midwest with 450. Sixth is Far West with 315. Seventh is the Pacific Northwest with 186. And 8th is the Great Lakes with 80. 9th is High Plains with 63. And 10th is Mid-Atlantic with 55. So that's definitely on the minds of these athletes. I'm excited to watch the battle for second place since it is so close here between Intermountain and Alaska. We saw some New England skiers take some large leads yesterday, so hopefully they're capitalizing off that. But if I was Team Alaska, I would be getting pretty fired up here.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the battle for second place, I think. And you never know. I mean, it could be a complete catastrophe for Team New England. Of course, me and Quincy are not rooting for that, but it's always possible. And you could see Intermountain make a last-minute bid for that top spot. But I will say, it looks as though New England has it pretty well wrapped up. So it'll be fun to watch the battle for second and third, at least. But the U16 or U20s are queuing the line. You can see that they're set a little further back this year or this day to give space for that big wide open tag zone. The tag zone at Junior Nationals can be best described as pandemonium in my recollection. So it's a good thing that they have it plenty wide and plenty long to give the athletes plenty of time to get fair tags. All right, and they're off. Looks like a nice clean start, skating right off of the line. Should be a great day of racing. You can see Pete Davis, the famous stadium announcer, rocking his drum to send the U20 athletes off on the first leg of the mixed gender 3K relay.
Our one of the teams to watch for sure is our first-ranked Alaska team. That will contain Rosie Whittington-Evans, Derek Richardson, Marit Flora, and Owen Young. Of course, Rosie out here on the course now. Our Intermountain team, so our current second place ranked, is Elena Grissom, Mason Wheeler, Ashley Grossklaus, and Galen Grohusky. Definitely one to watch. And our highest ranked New England team is Mira Payson, Jack Lang, Greta Kilburn, and Finn Bailey.
That looks like we have a small crash from our Rocky Mountain skier there. Let's hope she's okay. It's very early in this 3K, so hopefully not too much time is lost.
Doesn't look like any broken body parts or equipment. So
yeah, so that's all good.
That's a big win.
Totally. Out on course now, we have our scramble skiers, as they're referred to. That's kind of, in terms of relay strategy, the scramble athletes' goal is generally to stay in the group, stay connected at all costs, unless they have a crazy amount of energy and want to try and make a bid to go off the front. But generally, early in a relay like this, going off the front isn't the most valuable thing ever because, you don't want to set your teammates up for too much pressure or to have them, race outside themselves for the first couple of minutes. So at least on the World Cup, the goal of the scramble leg is always to just remain in contact with the pack, allow the race to tag off in a big group, and let things unfold as they're going to unfold. But that being said, this is Junior Nationals, and the tactics to Junior Nationals can be pretty wild. So there's definitely no guarantees out here, but that would certainly be my recommendation to any and all scramble athletes, to have the goal of just staying connected.
Yeah, excited to see what they do. We did see some New England skiers not do that yesterday and take off.
Definitely. They didn't do that even for a second.
And we've got a relay team here of three of them, which was Finn Bailey, Greta Kilburn, or I believe actually one of the other ones was Tabor Greenberg who pulled that move. So he will be in the U18 relay. But we'll see. Excited to catch them. I'm sure we'll see a glimpse of them out on course shortly. Only doing a 3K goes by just like that.
Yeah, it goes by quick. I do think there's a decent chance we might see New England try and make a break for the off the front bid as quick as they can here. But I think that Team Alaska has probably got their eye on trying to take down the New Englanders on the last day here in Lake Placid. But we'll have to just see what happens. Alrighty, and you can see our U20 men's second leg filing their way into the tag zone. The way that they're going to handle this is they're probably going to put their skis on but hang out on the side in that little area where they're technically not on the course, and then as soon as their teammate is in sight, they will ski out onto the tag zone and get going as their teammate comes into the stadium. And the hard part about the tag in these events is that if you get to the end of the tag zone without having been tagged, you have to come to a stop before you exit the tag zone, or else you'll be in trouble with the jury. So what do we have here? It looks like that is Team Alaska going for an early attack. So again, my guess at the tactics and the way this race is going to play out is shaping up to be a little bit wrong, but that looks like bib number 71, and that must be our first New England skier, Mira Payson. She's in third place right now, but this race is definitely stringing out early as the athletes just go for broke in this 3K on the last day of Junior Nationals. No real surprise there. But we do have a big group forming. That is probably a group fighting for just around top 10 in today's relay. So should be a good battle there. And again, anything can change. You never know what the other athletes in the legs are thinking. So, you know, it's a long race with lots of lead changes and everything else. So here's that corner we were talking about so much yesterday. Looks like the athletes have been practicing and probably talking about it, and they're playing it nice and safe and just getting down and around it good and clean.
Yeah, I actually took a couple hot laps yesterday post race, and it was thick for sure. Not unmanageable by any means, but definitely keeping your head in the game on that corner. So that looks like number 11. That is Rosie Whittington Evans for Alaska in the lead, followed by our IMD team. That would be Elena Grissom, I believe.
And then, there's our two New England skiers. That looks like number 74 and number 71. 71 is Mira Payson, and 74 is Julia Thurston.
I also caught another IMD skier in there, not quite getting the bib, but I believe that could be Cora Faye Scott, or at least that was our second-seeded IMD team.
Big shout-out to Intermountain for putting up 4 teams in today's race, and New England for putting up 5 teams in today's race. Obviously, New England is a bit closer to Lake Placid than than Intermountain, so it's cool that the Intermountain athletes team is bringing so many athletes to Junior Nationals. Coming up the hill now, we have number 75. Looks like a New England skier rocking some epic hairstyle.
That was Annika Leahy, I believe, and I think 61.
Alrighty, and that's a wrap for Team Alaska's first leg. Let's see how this tag goes to Derek Richardson. It looks like it's going to be pretty clean. Derek Richardson is off. Chasing him down is going to be Jack Lang, along with the Intermountain second skier, Mason Wheeler. So it should be quite the fast and ferocious 3K going on here. Jack Lang is your champion from the 7.5K skate, the race most similar to this 3K skate here. So we'll see if he has the gas to track down Mr. Derek Richardson in just 3K, although it's a very, very short race, so it's going to be hard to make much of a dent into that lead.
We heard from an anonymous source this morning, that Jack Lang's grandparents have been avid watchers of the live stream, so if you're out there, hello, thank you for cheering on junior skiing.
Definitely, and a big shout out to all the grandparents and everybody else watching the live stream here with us right till the bitter end on the last day of Junior National Racing here in Lake Placid, New York. Looks like we have a small crash in the tag zone, and people are getting an idea maybe for what I was saying, where it can be a little bit loose in there, because here's the challenge of the tag zone is that once you tag off, you have to get out of there without getting in anybody's way who has just been tagged. So it's definitely quite the interesting maneuver, and I'm glad to see there was only one small crash there and no skiers obstructed. So
Yeah, definitely a place to have your head in a swivel. I feel
yeah,
like
you want to be
sometimes
careful.
the best move is just to remain still until everyone
Totally,
powers by you.
totally. No sense in running into any competitors once the race is over.
Rocky and Midwest tag off here, and that might wrap up some of our first legs.
Very, very exciting stuff. I think I'm pretty excited to see the next camera angle when we can get an idea for how the Derek Richardson, Jack Lang, Mason Wheeler battle is unfolding. I think surely Jack Lang is going to do everything he can to track down Derek Richardson, and I bet Mason Wheeler is going to just try and ski stride for stride with Jack Lang for deep into this race as he can. So we'll see what happens, and it'll be a tag off in a matter of seconds as the second leg women move into the tag zone to get queued up, get their skis on, and get ready, because this race is unfolding at absolute warp speed.
Yeah, extremely fast. And I think there was a bit of a chase pack there when we saw at the tag. There was some. It was busy. So
Yeah, it was busy.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some other teams or maybe a second IMD team in the mix here as we come through for the tag. But yeah, big question is, will Derek Richardson hold his lead?
Definitely. And Derek Richardson will be tagging off to Marit Flora, who was the runner-up in yesterday's 15-kilometer classic, I believe. And Jack Lang will be tagging off to Greta Kilburn, who was your champion in yesterday's 15-kilometer classic event. So we should have quite the match coming right up here. Today we see some clouds in the sky, even the slightest hint of snow falling on the course here at Mt Van Hoevenberg and Lake Placid. But thankfully today is a skate race, so the waxing is somewhat straightforward. It looks like Derek Richardson coming up the hill here, continuing with his lead, probably just about the same size as when they tagged off. But here comes Jack Lang, and it looks like the skier from the far west, if I'm not mistaken. That must be Matt Celine. He's having a great 3K.
74 now, I believe. That'll be Aaron Power on the second New England team, and then two skiers from IMD. I think that was Mason Wheeler, and I couldn't tell who the other IMD skier was, but definitely in the mix still for sure.
Seems like Jack Lang is setting the pace for the chase back here, although Derek is holding his own beautifully, if not increasing his lead. So it looks like it's going to be a Team Alaska tagging off in the first and Team New England chasing down. As another big group comes by now in the hunt for that top 10 relay team accolade. Alrighty, and look at Derek Richardson moving up this hill into the stadium. He is leaving it all out there. Got quite that nice V1. We saw him very strong in Monday's sprint, so surely he'll get over the finish line with plenty of speed and plenty of energy. But this relay is stringing out early, just like every other race this year. And there goes Matt Celine, representing Far West. Matt Celine will be tagging off to Kira Scott from the Far West region. Alrighty, more athletes coming up the hill. This looks like the Rocky Mountain team. I think they had a little bit of a crash early on, so it's good to see them skiing right back into it. A nice V2 all the way up this very steep hill. That goes to show that he has plenty of energy in the legs after a long week of racing here in Junior Nationals. Alrighty, into the stadium comes Derek Richardson as the snow starts to fall in earnest, but right behind him is Jack Lang. It looks like it might be only a 5-second differential, so this could be quite the battle between Greta Kilburn and
Marit Flora.
Marit Flora, of course. I should have known that. Alrighty, still coming up the hill there is a big pack, but there is your battle for first place. Marit Flora also rocking the double hair bun hairstyle out there on course. Good to see, good to see. Forgot what those are called. What are they called, Quincy?
I don't know. I'm the wrong person to ask about that, but you know, irrelevant, I think. Good stuff.
Oh, and there's your Midwest team tagging off. That looks like Dell Horning heading out on course for her 3K. Jack Lang rocking the glitter on his cheeks. Pretty awesome look. We've seen quite a bit of team camaraderie. A few mullets out there, some glitter, some maybe even some relay socks on a few early starting athletes. So definitely seeing that that relay team camaraderie, which is what makes relays so much fun.
Snow's starting to come down in earnest here in Lake Placid as our third leg heads out on course. This is a glimpse of the first downhill. Looks a little bit easier to navigate than it did yesterday, so that's great. Hoping we'll see a few less crashes today.
Yes, I agree. I think the skate boots always help that as well. I mean, one thing we were forgetting to mention yesterday is that classic boots, due to the necessity to have loose ankles in a good quality stride, have no cuff that sort of provides support between the foot and the shin. But skate boots do have that. They're very, very stiff, so it makes it easier to corner and keep it wax side down, as they say, on the corners. So hopefully we'll see a much more clean race with minimal crashes.
Bunch of Midwest skiers heading out now. As one waits for the tag, we'll get an update on our lead teams shortly out on course.
Currently on course for the other teams, we have Courtney Fussy for the Alaska second team, Zoe Rogers for the Alaskan third team, Kira Scott for the Far West, Josephine Quainsey for the Great Lakes, Annie Paulson for the Great Lakes second team, Emma Pearson for the High Plains, Ashley Grossklaus for the Intermountain, Aurora Stiles for the Intermountain, Hannah Cluck for the Intermountain, and Kayla Candelin for the Intermountain team. And representing the Midwest team, we have Audrey Parham. And representing the Midwest second team, we have Greta Hansen. Representing the Midwest third team, we have Chloe Erickson. Representing the New England first team, as we said, we have Greta Kilburn. New England's second team has Virginia Cobb. New England's third team has Maddie Hooker. New England's fourth team has Elsa Sanborn. New England's fifth team has Amelia Surcosta. And the Pacific Northwest first team has Piper Widmer. The Pacific Northwest second team has Isabel Mena. Rocky Mountain's first team, like we said, has Adele Horning. One of our guest teams has Stella Powell. And our mixed team, towards the end, with 3 Rocky Mountain skiers and 1 Alaskan skier, has Emily Appleby. As we can see, the men in already the fourth anchor leg skiers queuing up in the stadium. The first few to be tagged off will surely be Owen Young from the Alaskan first team, Finn Bailey from the New England first team, and Galen Grohusky from the Intermountain team. But we have yet to get a glimpse out on course. Here it is. It looks like our old friend Greta Kilburn has made a crazy move.
Unless we missed our Alaska skier, but
which is more than possible, but we'll see in a matter of seconds here. It looks as though coming up the hill now is surely Marit, Marit Flora. So Greta Kilburn has caught and passed the Alaskan team with quite the margin. She continues to show her unbelievable dominance here at Junior Nationals to putting New England team into the first, but the Far West team remains in the third position. That is bib number 19, which is, of course, Kira Scott from the Far West team. They remain comfortably in third place. That would be a fantastic result for them.
yeah, great to see Far West out here. We didn't see him in the first lap at quite the top, but they made their move in the second lap, and it's great to see some smaller teams like that putting forward podium level relay teams. It's awesome.
Definitely. I mean, Far West only has one team in this event, and Matt Celine really had a fantastic second leg and was able to put them right in podium contention, where hopefully they will remain for the remainder of this 4x3 kilometer relay. We did see Greta Kilburn taking it very conservative around that corner, just like she did yesterday, and she's rewarded by getting around with no crash. Marit Sonesson also gets around safely for her 3K, and as these girls climb up the hill to drop into the stadium and tag off for the fourth leg skiers, who will bring it home for all the money and all the awesomeness. Excuse me. I've just been told that I accidentally said Marit Sonesson. Marit Sonesson raced at JN's when I was young, and this is actually Marit Flora. So I don't know what I was thinking, but it's definitely been a long week in the announcer's booth. So my apologies to Marit Flora. I might have to go down and apologize in person afterward. But what can you do? She's still skiing a fantastic race for Team Alaska.
I just got eyes on Greta Kilburn coming in for the relay exchange, so I'm sure we'll see some of that soon. I have not yet seen Marit Flora, so a sizable, there she is now. So sizable lead for Team New England. We'll see if they hold up with the final leg. I believe that their final skier is Finn Bailey, so not one to give up early on that. So I'm sure we're going to see a great leg from Finn Bailey.
There's Finn Bailey and the fourth leg Alaskan skier Owen Young ready to go. They should have quite a battle.
Looks like a clean tag.
Jinx in the announcer's booth once again. Me and Quincy need to dial in. That being said, it was a clean tag for the Team New England team. Let's hope Alaska can follow suit here.
And it looks like they did. So that is Owen Young and Finn Bailey out on course. Of course, they will be teammates at UVM next year.
Yes, indeed.
Catching a glimpse of Team Alaska out here. That's Owen Young.
It looks like it might have been Team Intermountain tagging off for third place, but maybe we missed the Far West tag. We will have to wait and see at the next camera angle.
Skiers continue to power into this exchange zone. Saw Midwest tag off, and here's another Team New England relay.
And another Team New England relay off on course. There looks to be just about half the field still queued up in the tag zone here. So as their teammates come around the corner, somebody will shout, and they'll jump into the tag zone and get ready to go. As you guys can see, we have got a lot of hand-to-body tags going on, so that's going to make the jury very happy. We can't be having any pole-to-pole or hand-to-ski or anything like that, so it's got to be hand-to-body. and it's looking like a lot of clean tags. We haven't seen anyone try and come to a screeching halt before the end of the tag zone, so very good to see that.
And we just got some live timing in, and Far West is indeed in third. We just missed their tag off, so excited to see when we catch a glimpse of this leg out on course.
Definitely pulling for Far West to get that third place position in today's race. I think, yeah, being like Quincy said, being a smaller nation, they aren't able to put up a bunch of teams like some of the bigger region. So they only have one team, and it would be awesome to see them capitalize and get right to the podium.
So our skiers for the top 3 teams out on course now are Owen Young, Matthias Soluski, and Finn Bailey.
And there's Finn Bailey. Speak of the man himself, he looks pretty strong up towards the top of the course. It looks like he's maybe increased or at least held his lead over skier number 2, Owen Young, who's coming up the hill now. He looks quite strong, holding that V2 deep into the climb, but surely it will be a stretch for him to close this gap before the end of the race here at Mt Van Hoevenberg.
It's also going to be hard for him to get caught. I think we're going to see Alaska definitely on the podium and likely in second place, as no one else was even in sight at that point.
Definitely. Let's just make sure Finn can stay on his feet here. Looks like he's got that, no problem. And look at that. Here comes our Far West team maintaining a nice gap over the 4th place. So let's put our hands together for the Far West skier, number 19, Matthias Stolinski. Let's hope he can get over the finish line in 3rd place. But not to be beat easily is the Far West team the Intermountain team.
I believe that was Galen Grahusky, but I didn't catch the number.
Finn Bailey powering up the last hill here, getting ready to drop into the finish and celebrate with his teammates, given no crashing or anything of the sort.
Another Intermountain team, 42. So that actually is Galen Grahusky, and we must have seen another IMD skier earlier.
Potentially Wes Campbell from Intermountain's 2nd team, but we will see in just a matter of seconds and get confirmation on that. But up the hill now goes Owen Young. He stays on his feet through the downhill and will surely glide into the finish line for 2nd place. And working up their way up the hill now is this duo of New England skiers that has been duking it out all day long. They are still quite close, so it should be a good... Alrighty, here comes our 3rd place skier. That was the Far West team.
And this is indeed Wes Campbell. So that was the 2nd-ranked IMD team.
There you go.
Out skiing their seed for...
And here comes Finn Bailey. He's going to grab the Alaska Cup from Mr. Justin Beckwith and celebrate with a big relay win here in the U20 mixed 4x3.0 kilometer race. Congratulations to Team New England with the big American flag. Great work for them, but coming in now for the 2nd place position is...
Definitely that was Owen Young.
Certainly Owen Young. He'll be celebrating too. That's a fantastic result for Team Alaska, and will definitely help to boost them up the rankings with that 2nd versus 3rd place battle with Intermountain for the Alaskan Cup. Congratulations to Owen Young and the Team Alaska.
Posing with this cup, I'm not sure if maybe that was the only points they needed to secure the cup for the whole week. I'm sure that they wouldn't be taking pictures if
It seems
we
unlikely.
didn't have confirmation. But
Yeah.
I can't tell you from right now. I don't want to be wrong about that. But
I bet you that, yeah.
Coming into the finish, that's number 19, Mateusz Zaleski for the third place Far West team. Great race from Team Far West. I'm super excited that they clinched that third place spot.
Me too. Very, very cool to see Far West on the podium. And coming in just off the podium is the second-ranked Intermountain team. So congratulations to them. That's a great race.
That was Wes Campbell. Oh, and a fierce battle for fifth out there.
Oh, this could be tight. This could be tight. We have all kinds of skiers blocking our view of the finish line. But it looks like, oh my goodness, that's going to come right down to it. We'll have to reference the finish line cameras to determine who won between that little battle. Team New England walks out of the finish area victorious. But
I believe that that final battle was Ben Oldham and Galen Grohusky.
Yes, I think it must have been.
But we'll get that in very, very shortly.
Coming in now is Bib 60 powering over Bib 72 for New England. Bib 60 looked to be the Midwest team. Adric Krafson anchoring his team to a solid result.
Also, Sage Grossi coming in there earlier for the second team, New England. And now it's just a whole mass of people.
All kinds of people finishing now, and still plenty on course for this U20 relay, as we see a little Intermountain team picture going on there.
And it looks like our first-seeded IMD team securing that battle for fifth over Rocky Mountain by only 0.2 seconds.
Oh my goodness, that is tight. Crazy that 4 different athletes and 4 different races, and it can come down to a battle that close.
Right, yeah. Exciting stuff.
Alrighty, so your top 5 relay teams for today's U20 relay are as follows. Winning was, of course, New England Team 1. Then number 2 was the Alaskan Team 1, and number 3 was Far West Team 1. And number 4 was Intermountain Team 2, and number 5 was Intermountain Team 1. So we have quite the Alaskan Cup battle there, with Intermountain putting 2 teams in the top 5, but Alaska taking that second spot and New England taking that first spot. So yeah, it'll be fun to see what people are saying about the Alaska Cup overall as this race progresses, but surely the battle for second place between Alaska and Intermountain is going to come right down to the wire.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a close one.
It looks like we have just 5 teams still out there on course, as 2 of them come sprinting in now. This race is nearing completion, and as a reminder, we have number 26 coming in for the Great Lakes region, duking it out with number 106 for the Midwest/guest team. That was David Ronovic from the Midwest guest team, and look at that. The Great Lakes skier gives us a nice tongue out for the camera.
I think that was Zane Broughton, but
must have been.
Great attitudes here.
Great attitudes here.
He's
looking forward to the end of Junior Nationals, the banquet tonight, and some springtime skiing and springtime racing coming up for everybody.
The weather right here, though, is not super duper springy. It's snow flurrying at the moment, but good stuff for our winter sport.
Very, very good stuff. Very good stuff. It's not spring quite yet. Just getting there. Coming across now, it looks like another Alaskan team, number 107. That's actually a combination Rocky Mountain Alaska team. That was Oliver Wright over the finish line. And coming out now, it looks like we have number 27, Sam Folland from the Great Lakes second team. congratulations to him for completing his bid at Junior Nationals 2024. Coming across now, we have number 83 from the Pacific Northwest team. That's Fergus Wag. And I think that just about completes our racing action here at the U20 relay. I think we have one more team coming in. And once they get over the line, we'll have all our eyes on the Al Serano 3-kilometer mass start starting up at 10 o'clock in just about 25 minutes.
And here is our Midwest skier, number 62, Aiden Van Straten, from our third Midwest team. So
Aiden Van Straten powers over the line, and that concludes our racing action for the 2024 Junior Nationals 4 by 5 or 3 kilometer. God, I can't speak today, Quincy.
4x3, I think, yeah.
4 by 3 kilometer U20 relay. I need to do some voice exercises in this little 25 minutes of downtime before I mess up a bunch of things for the Al Serano 3-kilometer mass start coming up at 10 o'clock.
Can't wait for the racing to continue today.
already, and for those sticking with us through this little break on the live stream, I'll just quickly reiterate that we have the Al Serano 3.0 kilometer mass start coming on right up at 10 o'clock in just about 10 minutes. So everybody stay tuned. We have quite a few Great Lakes, New England or Rocky Mountain, Alaska, and Mid-Atlantic skiers starting in this race, and it should be a fun, fast, and fierce all at once sprint for the 3K win. So stay tuned. Oh, alrighty, welcome back. It is the Al Serano 3.0 kilometer mass start, getting ready to go here. The athletes are queuing up in the start as the sun peeks out on the final day of racing here at Junior Nationals. Again, with the weather, it was snowing this morning when Quincy and I were on our way here, but now it is getting sunny. So the Mother Nature is showing up big time for the last day of racing here.
For sure.
Thank you.
All right, so our Al Serano 3 kilometer mass start racers are lining up now.
It looks like we have a group of just about 14 athletes, including Olin Salette from the Great Lakes, Theo Cole from Great Lakes, Elias Slover from New England, Grant Rushelau from the Great Lakes, Miles Brown from the Great Lakes, Casey Van Hefferty from the Great Lakes, Leo Roeder from the Great Lakes, Jacob Johnson from Alaska, Nathan Reberg from Alaska, Samuel Gerain from the Rocky Mountain Division, Graham Snideman from Far West, Zane Sylvester from Mid-A, Andrew Cole from Mid-A, Andrew Sicano from Mid-A, and Philip Matthews from Mid-A. They are on course. We just missed the start while I was rambling, but we'll see them coming around this first corner momentarily, and we'll see how which athlete has decided to take an early lead. It looks like an Alaskan athlete.
I'm excited to see how this race shapes up. It's going to be fast and furious out here today. This race does include all age categories, so U16s, U18s, and U20s, which is a fun opportunity for these skiers to race against each other in ways that they normally would not be able to. And soon enough, I think over on the far trail, we'll see them coming by, and here they are now. Too far away to see exactly who those are quite yet. Oh, a little bit of a crash, but right back up from our Mid-A skier. I'm sure familiar with this course here in Lake Placid, as that is the home region.
Alrighty, and while we wait, we can remind all of our fans on the live stream here that at 10:30, the U18 4x3 kilometer relay will go off just really quickly after the conclusion of this Al Serano 3 kilometer mass start. So that should be exciting. We have an absolutely massive start list for the U20s. So it's definitely going to be exciting to watch that. There's a ton of teams from all the different regions, so should be a lot of fun as the skies open up and the sun starts to beat down on Mt Van Hoevenberg. And a quick update for those who are curious. Today on the World Cup, we have a 10-kilometer classic event where Johannes Hossvala-Klebo took the win for the men, followed closely by Ivo Niskanen and Martin Laustrom-Nienget. Our first American skier was Gus Schumacher in 24th and Xander McMullen in 27th, so two good top 30s for them. On the women's side, we had On the women's side, we had the Finnish skier Kerttu Niskanen taking the win, followed closely by Johanna Manatolo, also from Finland, and Joona Sundling rounding out the podium. Our first American skier was everybody's inspiration, Jessie Diggins, coming in 5th place and securing a couple extra points for that World Cup overall, which she's been chasing so hard this year. Following her was Rosie Brennan in 12th place, rounding out the end of a good season for both of those athletes. But now, of course, we must turn our attention back to the Al Serano 3-kilometer mass start, which we will certainly be seeing the athletes coming up the hill just momentarily. Alrighty, perfect. We're just getting word that the first athletes are coming up the hill, and there they are. That looks dangerously like a New England skier to me. It is number 372. I think that's Elias Slover from New England, a U18 athlete in this race. Following him in an epic battle for 3rd place is a Great Lakes region athlete and a Rocky athlete.
376, and I couldn't quite catch the Rocky athlete, but I believe that is Samuel Grain and Casey Van Hefty from the Great Lakes. Exciting stuff out here in our 3K mass start.
Definitely, definitely. Here comes Elias down the hill. He is definitely getting down into a tuck, trying to conserve his lead here, but it looks like he'll take a wide line and kind of dive in, expertly navigated. Coming up the hill now is 381 from the far west division. That looks to me like Graham Sneidman. Alrighty, and here's your current race leader. That's Ellis Slover, number 375, charging up the hill for New England. But boy, this chase back is right on his tail, featuring 2 home skiers from the Mid-Atlantic region, a Great Lakes athlete and a Rocky Mountain athlete.
So that in the lead for 2nd place is Grant Rochelot from the Great Lakes.
Would be great to see one of these mid-A skiers get on the podium in the Al Serano 3-kilometer mass start.
Looks like there was a move there by Andrew Scania, but we'll see as they come around into the finishing stretch. Who's gonna take it? It's gonna come down definitely to the final sprint here.
Definitely, definitely. I must say, 3-kilometer races, in my very limited experience doing them, are absolutely brutal. They are not quite a sprint, but you kind of have to sprint the whole way because they're also not quite a distance race. So it really is just absolute pain from minutes 2 until the finish, and yeah, it's a really, really hard race, and kudos to these athletes for keeping up such good energy and such great technique up the final climb in a 3K, because man, the 3Ks I've done in my life, I've definitely looked worse than that at this stage of the game.
A glimpse here of the Alaska Cup trophy, and our first finisher, Ellis Slover.
There's Ellis Slover crossing the.
Oh
Goodness!
My
a 360
God.
From the.
He can do it all.
Skier. He can do it
That
all.
was awesome.
What a beast!
Unbelievable.
Good stuff. He's happy. He's happy. That's always good to see. And following him is the Mid-Atlantic skier.
Unfortunately, no 360 from
no
him.
360 from him, but he will take home silver medal on the home course here at Mt Van Hoevenberg. Oh, 180 from 374. He didn't quite have the 360 in the legs.
I
After
wonder
that
if they planned that ahead of time.
It's very possible.
Coolest
it's very
trick at the finish line wins. I gotta say, my champion for that's definitely Ellis Slover at this point.
Definitely the standard.
Not seen any backflips as I've seen you do, but you know. It's hard to it's hard to get there.
Hard to be that explosive after a grueling 3K at Mt Van Hoevenberg.
Some great races here from our athletes who did not quite have enough teammates to form a relay team. So great that they were able to get out here and rip this 3K course.
That is quite nearly a wrap on the Al Serano 3-kilometer mass start. I mean, that was positively efficient racing, huh, Quincy?
Yeah, that was just in and out, like just like that. And for those of you who may be just joining us, this was a 3-kilometer mass start race for all the athletes who did not have enough team members to form a relay team. And it was some great racing for sure.
No, it was. It was thrilling. We saw them a couple times out there on course, and then just cruise into the finish line. So I believe the word on the street is that the top athletes from the Al Serano 3K mass start will be awarded Mt Van Hoevenberg branded coffee mugs. So that really sounds
they were looking
awesome.
pretty slick when they passed through the announcer's booth here.
Yeah.
So exciting stuff for Ellis Slover,
Definitely.
Our champion and Steve's champion, definitely.
For sure. Hopefully he gets maybe a T-shirt to boot for that 360. But
Yeah, that was pretty awesome. Looks like that will wrap up our Al Serano 3-kilometer mass start race in the middle of these relays. Coming up very soon at 10:30 in only about 20 minutes, we will see the U18 4x3-kilometer mixed gender relay. We saw some great racing this morning in the U20 competition, so I'm sure that we'll get treated to just the same amount of great racing and great efforts by these skiers in the U18 category.
And for those of us who are staying on the live stream in this short little break, we can bring you some really basic information about the absolutely gigantic start list for the U18 relay coming right up. We have what looks like 7 teams starting from Alaska, 3 teams starting from the far west, 3 teams starting from the Great Lakes region, 3 teams starting from the High Plains region, 5 teams starting from the Intermountain region, 3 teams starting from the Mid-Atlantic region, 6 teams starting from the Midwest region, 5 teams from the New England region, 2 teams from the Pacific Northwest, 5 teams from the Rocky Mountain region, and then 1 bonus Intermountain team, along with a bonus Mid-A team, and 3 more mixed teams, including athletes from a handful of regions, all going together. So it's going to be a huge race. I mean, I didn't keep tally, but It must be
A large number, yeah.
well over 20, 20 athletes towing the start line for the scramble leg. So that's pretty exciting.
This the introduction of the mixed gender relay at JN's came in the last couple of years. I know when I was here, we did single gender relays, which were 3 members, if I recall correctly. So this race has four different legs and gets all the team involved in the relay, which I think is pretty awesome. What do you think, Ben?
Yeah, that is super awesome. I think the mixed gender relays are a lot of fun. They recently introduced those on the World Cup too, and Team USA actually won the first ever World Cup mixed relay in Falun a couple years ago. So that was really exciting, and we've been very good in them ever since. But I just did an unofficial tally, and it looks like we have 48 teams towing the line today.
Ooh-wee.
So it's going to be craziness out there.
Almost the number of states in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, seriously. I mean, we might have one representing every state. That's pretty pretty crazy. I mean, yeah, unbelievable. Very, very cool.
We might not have every single state represented here at XC Junior National Championships in Lake Placid, New York, but I believe we have 10 different regions, which encompass quite a bit of the skiable area of the United States at least. These regions include Alaska, the Pacific Northwest, Far West, Intermountain, High Plains, Rocky Mountain, Midwest, Great Lakes, Mid-Atlantic, and New England. And for those of you who are just joining us today or don't know, the skiers have trained all year in their respective regions to make it here. They can also qualify by being by placing high at the senior nationals early in the season and qualifying for trips such as Junior Worlds and the U18 trip over in Europe. So, in addition, college skiers can auto qualify by being high on their NCAA ranking list. So a lot of different ways you can get here, but any one of them is difficult, and these athletes deserve to be here and have been working hard all season to get a chance to race.
Definitely. It's many of these athletes just were racing in their region for most of the year, especially the U18s and U16s. But once you start getting into the U20s, you see people qualifying via college and world championship events and even senior nationals. So it's definitely many ways to get here, and it's cool because the US Ski and Snowboard is really just trying to promote participation in junior nationals. So that's what it's all about, not trying to shut the door on athletes if they're excited to come. So that's pretty exciting to see so many athletes out here in every single division, but surely the U18 division is the largest among them. Alrighty, I think we're just about 3 minutes from the start of this gigantic U18 mixed 4x7, wow, 4x3 kilometer relay here in Lake Placid. I'm so locked in on the World Cup schedule, you know, 4x7.5 kilometer is what they call it there, but here we call it the 4x3 kilometer because they're only doing 3 kilometers.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself.
You probably could have.
Well, yeah, well, it's okay. We're about to get going, though. We see our athletes lining up here. The sunshine was a bit short-lived. It looks like there's some fog rolling in, but you know, you never know what you're gonna get out here. And these athletes they're ready for it all. It doesn't affect them in the slightest. We will see 7 Alaska teams here today, which is an impressive number. 6 Intermountain teams, 6 Midwest teams, 5 New England teams, 5 Rocky Mountain teams, and then 3 teams each from Far West, Great Lakes, Mid-Atlantic, High Plains. There is 2 additional teams from the Pacific Northwest. So lots of skiers out here today. This is definitely our biggest race of the day, and it will be potentially the most exciting race. We'll see. The action is yet to come, of course, but just a couple of moments now before these skiers start out their scramble leg, and some last-minute instructions from our race starter out here. The staff has done a great job here at Mt Van Hoevenberg prepping the course, prepping the stadium for these races, and we just want to give yet another shout-out to them for making these races happen.
Definitely. I mean, it's been a crazy week here with all kinds of different weather and race formats and everything else, and just tons and tons of kids too. So big shout out to them. It's been a lot of fun, and we see spectators actually just piling out onto the course. I'm just getting a look out the window now, and there's fans lining the bridge and the first hill. So sure to be an exciting, electric atmosphere out here for the U18 mixed relay on the final day at Lake Placid Junior National. Some of the teams to watch out for are as follows. Alaska team number 1, featuring Oscar Flora, Olivia Soderstrom, Merity Little, and Vebjorn Flagstad. They've all had good weeks. It looks like the race is on out there. Look at that big field taken to the course and getting ready to power through 3K and tag off to their male teammates who will do just that. Here we see a New England and a Rocky Mountain skier, surely in the middle of their warm-up, but taking a little bit of a break to check in on their teammates, see how things are unfolding in the first seconds of this race, and they are unfolding quite well for the Alaskan team by the looks of it, who takes a early lead over the Far West team, the Rocky Mountain team, and the rest of the field.
Seen just a little bit of bunching up here as the skiers try to all file up that hill. Skate skiing does make you ski a little bit wider on the track, so hopefully they'll all sort out before any of the big downhills where we saw some crashes, some sticky points, I would say, in the last couple of days. So just hoping that we can avoid that. This is one of our biggest races of the day, so anything can happen, but if we can minimize that, then we can win the day.
Yes, indeed. Definitely. The crashes are something to be minimized.
There's some second leg skiers filing over there into the tag zone. If you missed our explanation of the tag zone in the prior races, there needs to be hand-to-body contact. So the incoming skier needs to touch their teammate before they can leave the tag zone, or else risk being disqualified. And no one wants that here on the highest stage of junior racing.
No. That would be a really tough way to end the championship. So the general game plan is for the athlete who's being tagged to start double pulling and get himself or herself some speed, and then be tagged off while already moving. But it can be safer to just be standing there and let your teammate tag you on the way by, and then get going after you've had that hand-to-body contact. But because we can see these junior national tag zones get a little bit hectic, but surely this race will be just that, with the 47 teams towing the line. So prepare for craziness in the tag zone, but it's gonna be a lot of fun. Alrighty, and continuing our discussion about the tag zone, we can see the leg 2 skiers queuing up plenty early. Because this is such a short, fast and furious race, they are all just sort of standing there, staying warm, and getting ready to jump out in the tag zone when their number is called. There's a spotter, a volunteer spotter, who's standing on the corner and shouting out the numbers that he sees coming, so that their teammates can jump into the tag zone and be ready to go, because we can't exactly have all 47 athletes in the tag zone at the exact same time. So that kind of helps to simplify things and keep things moving a little bit better.
I think we'll get a glimpse soon of our racers out on course, and we can give you a preview of who is ahead. But we did see a little bit of movement in the U20 race. Not a ton. Some early leaders definitely pulled away, but for the second and third positions, definitely we saw some tight competition. So,
alrighty, and here they come. It looks like we have a little pack of 3 chasing down your leader. Well, actually, no. We have a 2-pack out front, and then a pack of 3 chasing them. That looks like the far west skier, who is Britta Johnson. Following her is the New England skier, the Intermountain skier, and what looks like the...
I didn't catch quite the bibs on those guys, but I'm sure when we come through, we'll be able to tell you definitively which teams. Definitely Intermountain, definitely Far West, and a New England and a second Intermountain up there.
Here comes a 3-pack of New England skiers, along with a Rocky skier, and a group here involving a Midwest skier, an Intermountain skier. Oh, and here comes Britta Johnson down the hill. Following her is the Midwest team. She's taking it nice and conservative, which is very smart. Good to see. We'll try and catch that bib on the Midwest team so we can tell you who that is. Running in second place right now with a little bit of a gap over third place. But this is all subject to change, as we know from previous races. We're just getting word that third place may have just taken a small tumble on the downhill. We hope she's okay. Looks like she has bounced back up. That's Britta Johnson, and
a New England skier in second, 57. That will... My mistake, 67.
67 is Annalise Hanna for the New England region, and there comes
37, I believe. That is Lena Paduska from
and following her is 54.
Which would be Sydney Drevlo. So some big names we've been hearing all week for
Definitely.
sure in this scramble leg. Unfortunately, yes, someone did take a tumble. I'm not exactly sure which skier that was, but still in it for sure. And chasing down those top 4 are many, many more. So
absolutely, here comes a big group. definitely forget about how much harder it is to spot the bibs when you don't have the number on the side. But we're still doing our best here. Looks like a New England skier, a Intermountain skier, following by a little group of Midwest skiers. So this is really the bulk of the race here as a big pack comes in. That pack right there is going to be a wild operation in the tag zone, not to be missed.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that go down. We're seeing some of our leaders now cranking through.
Looks like Britta Johnson will come through in first place, tagging off to her teammate.
Big day for Far West.
Yeah, seriously, her teammate will be Quinn Holland, taking the second.
And Intermountain stepping out for that tag off.
Oh, New England tags off in second. That's a bib that we couldn't quite see. And then Intermountain tags off number 3.
That is Landon Wyatt heading out on course now for Intermountain. Midwest just a tad behind. Glimpse of our leaders now. New England seeming all ready to catch up to our Far West skier, but Intermountain just right behind in third place, and he is just screaming up this hill. So I would not be surprised if we saw him catch those two, and if we see some movement here in the first men's leg of our mixed relay.
These bibs are definitely hard to read, so unfortunately we didn't get a whole lot of information out to you as to which teams were where, but we're waiting patiently on the live timing to populate, which it just has. So we can tell you with some confidence that being tagged off in first was Quinn Holland for the Far West. Tagged off in second was James Underwood for New England. Tagged off in third was Landon Wyatt from Intermountain. And tagged off in fourth was Eddie Snyder from the Midwest. And rounding out your top 5 in the tag zone for this U18 relay was Aiden Jacobus for New England's number 2 team. Excuse me, it was Fisk Johansson from High Plains team. So we have 5 different regions representing your top 5 in today's relay.
And action-packed tag zones still happening.
Look at this, but the athletes really actually handle it like pros. A little crash, but the athlete easily navigates around her. So
and luckily she was just completed her race, so no problem there for that team. Glad that there wasn't anyone right behind her.
We can see a volunteer hard at work there, taking the chips off of all the athletes, which is a overwhelming task when they're flooding out of the tag zone at this rate and just trying to go and get some warm clothes on and catch their breath. But they are handling it like pros, just getting those things off.
Chips, of course, enable us to get some great split times from Bullet Timing. So if you want to see even more detailed racing action, head over to bullettiming.com. That would be BULLITT timing.com, and click on the live tab to check out live results from today's races.
Look at this hecticness in the tag zone. My goodness, we have leg number 1 skiers filtering their way out as leg number 3 skiers filter their way in, along with the last couple leg number 2 skiers getting tagged off. So it is really like a clash of worlds out there, and all the athletes know where they're going because they've been properly briefed by their coaches, surely last night at a team meeting of some sort. So again, big shout out to all the coaches who organized the logistics of this extremely complicated and hectic event and make it go off without a hitch like this week has. And around the corner comes some of our athletes. Coming up, it looks like Owen Young is going to get in the way, but we won't worry about that. That was a Alaskan skier and a Mid-Atlantic skier duking it out on leg 2 of this relay.
The question now stands, will our Far West team still be in the lead when we check in with them out on course? Or will have New England or Intermountain made a move since we last saw them? I'm expecting to see perhaps a pack of 3 of them seems like there was some fierce competition. New England definitely powered out with a vengeance, trying to catch our leaders far west. But I think it's going to be a tight one. And here is a glimpse of them now. I believe that is far west and New England, but we'll wait till they crest the top of this little rise before we can say that for certain. But definitely that is what is going on now.
Yeah, that is definitely the far west team and the New England team. The New England team has put a little bit of time into the far west athlete, but they both look about equally tired as the Intermountain team chases them down for the third place position.
Great work here from the second leg. Hoping that we can see them heading down the hill and not tripping on each other. We haven't seen a ton of pack racing yet on the hill, so this is some good stuff.
This looks like a good battle for 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, featuring one Midwest skier, 2 New England skiers, and 1 Rocky Mountain skier. Here they come down the hill together. The New England skier goes for the lower tuck and attempts to pass on the downhill. It's definitely a risky move, but we'll hope that works out well for both of them.
Looking like some speedy boards there.
Yeah, definitely.
On our New England skier. I think that was James Underwood, I believe.
James Underwood and Quinn Holland racing together. Here they are. They both made it around the corner unscathed, which is great to see. And look at this crowd. All the athletes who have already completed their races are out there cheering, getting fired up for their teammates. And there's Bernie Nelson featured on the side of the course, cheering for her Far West.
Far West taking the lead now, back from New England. This is definitely the biggest crowd we've seen all week, so this is super exciting. We talked about it. The relay is one of the most exciting, most fun races of this entire week, and this year is going to be no exception. Look at that dedication to the cheering.
Totally. And look at this crowd. This has got to be a fun race to be a part of. As this New England skier V2's up this hill, he's certainly getting some energy off the crowd, but not to be beat easily is the Rocky Mountain skier that looks like
Henry McGill.
I thought it might be Henry McGill. Here's number 69. That is the New England team number 2, I believe, or 3.
Micah Bruner.
Yes, sir.
And Intermountain skier now, Nate Struble.
All right, and coming up the hill now is bib number 28. That is Fisk Johansson from the High Plains region. Alrighty, and coming in for the tag zone in the first position is going to be your Far West team. That is a great skied first 2 legs from them, but not too far behind is Team New England. This is a really hectic start of this too.
Tag off there, clean for New England. Believe our third place team, Intermountain, will tag off shortly. That's gonna be Maeve Inglefinger now heading out on course. We saw her do extremely well this week, so expecting a great leg from her. We'll see if they can catch up to New England and our Far West teams, but there's still a lot of action and a lot of race left to go. So it's gonna be quite the one to watch.
Definitely, Quincy, definitely. We have Maeve Inglefinger looking to track down Frances Tucker from the New England team. Maeve has put down a great week of racing. We don't have her results right in front of us, but we know that we've seen her on at least one podium. And she will certainly be trying to make up as much time as she can to put her Far West compatriots into the best position possible. Excuse me, that was actually Sarah Gluick tagging off for the third leg. Not Tucker Francis, but Tucker Francis has gone out on course at this point.
So if our results tell the truth, our second seeded New England team was ahead of our first seeded team. So we'll see if that will remain the same as this race continues, or if we'll see some late late race movement from our teams. A lot of tagging going on here in the tag zone in the stadium here in Lake Placid. Not letting up.
Look at all these exchanges going on. Very, honestly, very smooth so far. We've only seen a handful of little small crashes, but nobody taking anybody else out. So it's been like a well-oiled machine here in the tag zone.
Yeah, a great feat, not to be understated for
Totally.
for sure with all these teams. How many did you say there were?
I think we have 47 teams in the field,
Wow.
and many of them are coming in all together. I mean, we had groups of 5, 10 athletes coming in all together. So definitely well executed. Kudos to the athletes for not trying to be heroes and do anything crazy in the tag zone. I must say, Quincy, I find myself rooting for the Far West team. I think it would be really cool to see them take home a win here in their U18 relay.
Yeah, me as well. After we saw the great performance of the Far West team in the U20 race as well, maybe it's their day, feeding off that energy.
Yeah,
I would love
definitely.
to see a Far West championship here on the last day.
Momentum is a
Definitely,
powerful thing.
Yeah, definitely they deserve it. Having a great week here.
They currently have just about a 6-second lead over New England, so it's very, very tight. But again, these are short races, so 6 seconds is worth quite a bit more in a 3K than in a 15K, for instance. So
For sure, yeah. Only 3 kilometers, as you said, and soon enough, I think we'll catch a glimpse of them up on course in this 3K, since it doesn't take them too long. Only about 7 or 8 minutes. It goes by in a flash.
that it does. And look, the weather just really can't make up its mind. We have another snow flurry after we had one this morning, and then it got sunny. So we just are really just rolling with whatever Mother Nature brings us today. Should be just a matter of seconds before we see our athletes coming up towards the top of the big hill. It'll be fun to see if anything has changed with the races we have going on out there. With the top 5 teams, they were all sort of spread out with small gaps, so it's really motivating position for the athletes to always have somebody to chase who's a little ways in front. Looks like they're coming now.
Yeah. Can't exactly tell who it is quite yet. And there is our Far West skier out in the lead. That, I think, is Nikki Johnson. I'm assuming a sister of Britta Johnson who started scrambled for them, but not very far behind. That is our New England skier.
That is
Number 67, that is Sarah Gluck for Team New England.
absolutely.
Pulling that second-seeded team into second place, which is impressive.
And that looks like number 37, which must be Maeve Engelfinger.
Don't know if she can quite catch them. Started with about an 8-second deficit over second place, and it looks like maybe she closed that a little bit. Didn't quite look like 8 seconds between her and second place, but definitely some time, and definitely a sizable gap between those top 3 and the rest of the field. So it's going to take a fantastic final lap from any of those teams. But one of them, I believe, was our first seeded New England team, which will be brought in by Tabor Greenberg. So that might he could pull one out.
He definitely could.
Wouldn't put it past him.
He's had a very fast team, and his group, or a very fast week, and his team is currently sitting in 4th place. So it'll be interesting to see if he can make up enough time in this 3K to pull his team back into podium contention. But boy, oh boy, it's all about the Far West team today, as Peter Holmes potentially, or no, that's Matt Celine, cheers on his teammate number 16, working her way up the hill.
That's Nikki Johnson for the Far West, pulling out a great third leg here in Lake Placid.
Oh, and we have dramatic changes for the silver and bronze positions. It looks like Maeve Engelfinger has performed a pass on our New England team number 2, Sarah Gluick. So that is your new rankings at the top of the last hill on leg number 3.
A great race from both Maeve Engelfinger and Sarah Gluck today. Coming up in fourth, that is gonna be Frances Tucker for New England. Definitely out with a vengeance, trying to catch her teammates. We see some of them on the side, cheering on their fellow teammate loudly. That was Finn Bailey, our champion from this morning, getting out there and getting loud.
Yes, indeed. And Frances Tucker will be tagging off to two-time junior national champion from this week, Tabor Greenberg. So he will be interesting to watch and see how he can take back a couple of seconds over the rest of this field. Should be a fun and dramatic final leg here at Junior Nationals.
View here of our final hill, and I can see out of our announcers booth the tag zone here in the stadium. Coming through, Nikki Johnson ready to tag off to her Far West teammate Dane Karch. Hopefully he can pull through and bring this team to victory. That would be massive for the Far West region, and I can't wait to see what he brings.
That would be really, really exciting for the Far West team as they perform a nice, silky smooth tag. And
Intermountain team coming up now. I think that is Maeve Engelfinger tagging off to Callahan Waters.
They put themselves in a nice, comfortable position to fight for that silver medal. But off now goes New England, team number 2. That is Oliver Swaby.
Definitely getting some powder coming down here. We can see some water on the lens, and it's getting down to business out here. So are these skiers.
It is absolutely getting down to business. There comes Oliver Swaby for Team New England, following your current leaders, the Far West team.
And Intermountain as well. We didn't see the second New England tag off for fourth, but it's definitely going to be an interesting one to watch, as we don't get a view of our skiers out on course for about 4 or 5 minutes, and by that time they're at the top of the hill. Top of the main hill on the course. They have one more to go, but it's a bit of a mystery what happens out there in the woods.
Definitely. We haven't seen a whole lot of changing from that first camera angle on the hill to the finish line, with the exception of the occasional corner-related crash. But in general, it's been pretty unchanging from there. So here comes a big group of leg 3 skiers working their way up the final climb. Looks like we have a whole bunch of Midwest teams all racing together and going into the tag zone to tag off their anchor leg athletes. You can see the snow is really starting to fall in earnest, but it's not keeping these fans. Looks like quite a few U20 athletes who just finished up their junior nationals an hour or so ago, all out there dressed in warm clothes and getting fired up for their teammates, trying to get everybody to secure as many Alaska Cup points as possible in these final minutes of the 2024 Junior National Championships. And just for confirmation, your top 5 teams at the end of leg 3, tag off to the anchor leg, are Far West in first place, Intermountain in second place, New England in third place, New England in fourth place, and Rocky Mountain in fifth place.
Through the snow, we can see a bunch more of our leg 3 skiers tagging off to their teammates. Big slew of Midwest skiers here.
It looks like just about 2/3 of the teams have been tagged off to their anchor legs, but this field, just like so many of the races here at Junior Nationals, has gotten pretty strung out. But it seems to me as though pretty much every team has a good person to go fight and catch up in front of them. I think we just saw our leading team, Far West, continues to hold down a big lead. And look at this now. We have Intermountain being caught by our New England athlete. So this remains a tight battle for second and third place. But I must say, I think Far West is going to run away with this one, which is pretty exciting for the small region, including California.
Here now is our 4th place skier. I'm not sure if he can catch, although he's screaming along. I think that is Tabor Greenberg, I believe.
That was indeed Tabor Greenberg. He is certainly looking for those extra seconds out there to pull his team onto the podium. But I must say, I think this race might be a little bit too short, not enough time to go out there and make it happen. And here comes the Intermountain skier with just a step over Oliver Swaby at the top of the hill.
That's Callahan Waters. Seems like they both got through the corner very well. They were looking a tiny little bit tired, definitely from battling each other coming up this hill. So I think they're still too far ahead of Tabor Greenberg for any contact to be made, but it really is not too late. We saw even in the sprints moves made at the very, very end.
Definitely. But look at that Far West skier powering his way up the last hill on his way to what will certainly be a junior national title for the Far West athletes. But this battle is not over yet. We have Oliver Swaby being cheered on by his New England compatriots.
Oh, he's making a move.
Oh, my goodness, he's making a move towards the top of the hill right at the end of the course. This could get exciting. Number 67 is taking
coming down right to the very, very end of this relay in the
goodness.
very last race of Junior Nationals. Oh, this is just too much.
Number 37 is Callan Waters.
Callahan Waters and Oliver Swaby in a tight battle for second place. But the Far West team want to talk about today, unless something just absolutely unexpected occurs in the next couple of seconds, taking this win without a challenger. Looks as though the Intermountain skier Callahan Waters has passed Oliver Swaby coming into this final stretch.
But we know Oliver Swaby has some energy as he was able to make that move up the last climb. So big congratulations to our Far West U18 mixed relay team for taking home a big, huge national title here in Lake Placid.
And Dane Karch across the finish line celebrating, shouting out his teammates. This is a big day for the Far West, and you can see it on their faces. Coming in now, though, second place. That has got to be Callahan Waters pulling through a last-minute move after getting passed on the hill to claim second place for the Intermountain Division. That's got to boost their standings in the Alaska Cup,
Definitely.
and I'm sure that was on his mind. In third now, that is Oliver Swaby pulling through the second-ranked New England team into third place, which is the second time today we've seen a second-ranked team ahead of the first-ranked team. But Tabor Greenberg also with an excellent final lap, catching a ton of time up, but not quite enough to secure a podium.
Absolutely, that was a thrilling finish. Hats off to the Far West team for making it happen. There, we can see them celebrating in the finish pen, but also a beautifully skied final couple K from the Intermountain skier Callahan Waters. He stayed patient and let it come down right till the end when he knew he was going to have that final speed on the downhill and in the flats to secure the bronze position. But also a big congratulations to New England team number 2 for taking that sweet third step on the podium.
Out on course, we have a bunch more teams still yet to finish. Here is one of the home region Mid-Atlantic skiers coming across that flat.
A whole bunch of skiers still have to finish. These athletes are just working their way up to the top of the hill, as these other ones work their way up to the top of the final hill, the sprint hill, into the last downhill and into the stadium. That looks like Kimball Murphy. He's representing Team Alaska. Murphy Kimball, excuse me. He's representing Team Alaska, anchoring their second-ranked team.
Lots of busy stuff going on at the finish line here, and you can see on that table the Alaska Cup. This is what the all competitors have been aiming towards all week, as well as personal glory, of course. The overall point standings at the end of the week for each region are calculated, and the team with the most points wins the Alaska Cup. Currently in the lead is Team New England for this award, but and I don't think they can really be touched today, actually.
I don't think so either. I think the points secured yesterday and in this morning's first couple races have pretty much clinched the Alaska Cup for the New England team, so huge congratulations to them. But the fight is still on, without a doubt, for second place, Intermountain versus Team Alaska. I think Intermountain might have the upper hand in the point standings in this particular race, but Alaska had a fantastic couple of relay teams in the U20 race, so it could come right down to the U16s for the Alaska Cup positions number 2 and 3.
And those U16s heading off in just under an hour at 12 o'clock as we continue our U18 racing action here. A Rocky and Alaska skier crossing the line for their teams, getting a big hug from their teammates. That's what it's all about out here. We've talked about it all week, but that camaraderie really is the best part of junior nationals.
Definitely, that is really what it's all about. And now the competitive aspect of junior nationals is all over, so it's time to catch up with your teammates and your friends and competitors from other regions before everybody goes their separate ways back home and back to the real world.
Yeah, for sure, and definitely. Just because they're going home doesn't mean that their friendships will end. I've made some of my bestest friends to this day here at Junior Nationals and at some of the regional and national camps post these that skiers can qualify for. We haven't actually talked about that this week very much.
That's right.
But skiers will be invited to REG camps, which will be regional elite group camps, sponsored by U.S. Ski Team, NNF, all these great things in order to develop the skiers further during the summer, and some of these big names today will definitely be attending those camps.
Absolutely. And there was also opportunity for U16s to qualify for National U16 Camp, which is always a fun, action-packed week of training that goes down every year. In addition to that, there's also the National Elite Group, which is a group of just 12 athletes who get to attend a U.S. Ski Team camp in October in Park City, Utah. So all of these athletes are certainly hoping to get involved with those training camps, but those are just a few of many training camps that go on around the country each year.
Yeah, for sure, and camaraderie will be just as strong as those as it is here this week at Junior Nationals. Competitors still crossing the finish line here in the U18 relay race. A lot of stuff going on at the finish line. Can't even hardly see our finishers, but they're coming in there. They're skiing strong in their final race of this week, wrapping up some great racing and some hard efforts from all athletes involved at Junior Nationals this year in Lake Placid.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at that. Alaska Cup featured prominently in the finish line photos. Everybody's got their eye on that today, along with the Mt Van Hoevenberg logo. So this seems like as good a time as any to give another huge shout-out to Mt Van Hoevenberg staff and all the contributors to this amazing venue here in the Northeast. It's a staple of American ski racing and American winter sports in general. A very cool facility here, and we're hopeful that they will be able to host more bigger events in the future. But surely we'll be back here next year for college carnivals, Eastern Cups, and all kinds of different events like that.
Waiting on just a couple teams to finish. Here are some now some mid-Atlantic skiers sporting 2 different generations of suits here, and a Pacific Northwest skier powering up that last hill and right into the finish. Very shortly will they be greeted by their teammates and finish up their week of racing here at Junior Nationals.
I think these skiers will round out the end of our race here in the 4x3 kilometer relay at Mt Van Hoevenberg. An absolutely crazy amount of spectators have been working their way in front of the announcer's booth, and really good to see so many people out there supporting the athletes. It must have been a crazy fun race to be a part of for every single team, as this crowd was getting loud for all of the athletes.
Across the line now for the High Plains region. That was Hunter Pickett. Great race from them today.
Alrighty, and our last 3 teams coming across the line, that's number 81 and number 50. Number 81 was Emmett Bondi from the Pacific Northwest, and number 50 was Filipos Kogenitis from the Mid-Atlantic team. And that's our final skier, number 101, Natalie Carls. Nope. Excuse me. We actually don't have his name on the start list, but a big shout out to number 101 for getting over the finish line.
Check back in 50 minutes from now for our U16 4x3K relay. Same format as the rest of races we've seen today, and I'm sure it will bring the same energy and same excitement. So catch you very, very soon in just 50 minutes.
Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you right back here ASAP. For those of you who have stuck with us on the live stream through this small break, just a quick reminder that we have just about 35 minutes until the start of the U16's mixed relay here in Lake Placid, New York, so don't go far. It's going to be a great afternoon of racing to round out the entire championships here at the 2024 Cross Country Junior Nationals. Alrighty, for those still on the live stream, waiting patiently for the start of our U16s mixed relay. I'm here to announce we have just under 15 minutes until they kick off at exactly 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So don't go too far, as we have one more exciting race of Junior Nationals 2024 queued up at 12 o'clock.
And we're back with the U16 4x3K kilometer. Oh well, double kilometer. The 3K relay. I can't wait to see this one. U16s wrapping out our full day of junior racing here in Lake Placid.
This is going to be a great race, and it's going to really bring in the end of this championships in style. We can see all the athletes heading out on course, ready to get fired up for these U16s. So put your hands together for the best U16s in the country, about ready to toe the line in the relay event. And as these athletes receive their final race information on the start line before they start in just about 1 minute, we can give you all some information about this field. It's another large field, including 3 Alaskan teams, 3 Great Lakes teams, 3 Midwest teams, 3 New England teams, 2 Far West teams, 2 Mid-Atlantic teams, 5 Pacific Northwest teams, 5 Intermountain teams, and 6 Rocky Mountain teams. So they are off. It looks like a clean start as everybody gets going with no crashes or stumbles. So should be a great afternoon of racing action.
There's a lot of horns and cowbells ringing out here today. They're getting extra excited for the last race of this entire championships. We've been here all week. We've been getting excited, and this is just cherry on the top.
Definitely, definitely. And we see the U16s rounding the first corner here. Looks like everybody is generally still together as they head up the first time up the hill. As a reminder, this is a 1-lap, 3.0 kilometer race. They'll just do 1 lap, same as the U18s and the U20s, and then they'll tag off to the next teammate.
Total of 4 laps in this race as four members of the relay teams. We saw some exciting racing earlier today from the Far West region. Maybe they'll pull one out again, inspired by their older teammates. It's always exciting to see the smaller regions do well. So Ben and I were rather excited this morning for the Far West group.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I was really stoked to see the Far West team do well. And I think we have a pretty talented-looking Far West team in this field as well. So we might have that region round out a great day here.
For sure, Alaska always one to watch out for as well, and Alaska and Intermountain currently in a battle for the Alaska Cup overall points, 2nd place, and New England in the lead for that. So I'm sure we'll see some tight competition between Intermountain and Alaska, and also New England.
And during while we wait to see that next camera angle, we can discuss the tag zone for those that haven't been here for previous streams. The tag zone is a long chunk of the trail between the end of the whiskers and a V-board up further, where the athletes, both legs being finishing their leg and starting their legs, can be on the course at the same time, and the athletes finishing their leg must perform a hand-to-body tag, so they must touch their hand to the body of their next skier. So we're going to see a lot of people just tapping on the shoulder and on the back and whatnot. We can't do any pole touching or anything like that. So it definitely makes things a little bit hectic in the tag zone. But in general, we've seen very clean tag offs, even though there's been large groups coming in all together. So these junior athletes have been really pro in the tag zone, so it's been good to see. No race-ending crashes or anything like that. So it's been good, and we'll hope the U16s can keep that going.
For sure, and there's a couple, or a bit fewer teams in this race than there were in the U18 races, so that'll definitely help with some congestion out on course. Of course, the first leg is always busier than the other legs as they scramble to find a position in the race. And I'm sure soon enough we'll catch a glimpse out on course of our U16s and give you an idea of who we expect to be a high-scoring team today. We've got our first skier coming up soon here. I'm about midway through the course.
There they are, and from afar, it looks like it might be a New England athlete. Let's see if we can catch their bib on the way by. It looks like it's 83, but I can't be certain.
That'll be 63, I would say, if it's a New England athlete. Leah Perard. She will come in to tag off to Matthew McIntosh, and we've seen her have a pretty good week this week, so not super unexpected to be out in the front of this race.
She definitely has had a good week. Let's see. Now we have what looks like 32 and 34. 34.
So that would be Tegan Hoffman and Hannah Middlestap for Intermountain.
And coming down the hill for the first time is our U16 leader, the New England athlete, Leah Perard. She is taking it nice and conservative, which is good to see. A little crash. I hope she's okay. Looks like she's going to bounce right back up. No broken anything. Glasses off, but that's okay. Tough to see that, but I'm glad that she's okay and is going to keep all of her equipment intact as she goes up the last hill and tags off. Great to see these two athletes make it around the corner, safe and sound. Coming up the hill now is the what looks like the bulk of the field, a big, at least 10 or 12 skier group, making their way up the big hill and getting ready to tackle this this downhill and final minutes of the first leg of this 3-kilometer relay. A little stumble there from the Intermountain skier, and the Far West skier attempts to capitalize, but. There's our friend Matt Celine cheering on the Far West athlete who could potentially be on her way to another podium for the California-based region.
I think that is Leah Perard and Sierra Strecker here from the Far West.
Both have had good weeks here at Junior Nationals, and both must be tired after competing so much in such a short amount of time. But look at that crowd.
I think that was Isabella Waters also from Intermountain in the third place spot right now. And now we see 46 coming up. Cora Hinsdale from our home region mid-A. I'm sure getting some loud cheers out there. We can see the side of the trail is just packed. It's just packed.
It is. It's seriously
with
packed.
Spectators. Yeah.
There's no two ways about it. It's at least one spectator deep the entire way up.
At least, if not three.
Oh,
in some
seriously,
places. So
which is just a dream.
I'm sure it's loud, and I'm sure it's just a great atmosphere out there for these U16 racers.
Definitely makes me want to be out there racing a relay, getting cheered on by my teammates.
And our leaders are coming through down the hill into the stadium just now as we see some more teams powering up that last hill.
a big group coming up the hill now. It looks like at 3 Midwest teams, a couple Intermountain teams, another Far West team, whole bunch powering up the hill for the last K or so of this opening leg. And here comes the New England skier holding her lead despite a small crash on the downhill. She will be tagging off to...
Yeah, Leia will be tagging off to Matthew McIntosh here in the stadium.
And there they go. Looks like a fair tag. Matthew McIntosh wearing the GMVS top and the New England bottoms, but followed closely behind is going to be the Far West team.
So Sierra Stricker tagging off to Elio Adriani from the Far West. And
the Intermountain team, number 32, comes through in 3rd place.
Odin Berryman just got the tag from Isabella Waters and now is headed off on course. These top 3 seem to be a bit ahead of the rest of the field. Unless there's any standout skiers in that chase pack, I'm thinking that might be our top 3, but it's, of course, too early to call at this point.
Much too early to call. There's a lot of racing left to come, but we have seen a lot of early leads happen and been being held for the duration of the race, but you never know. It only takes one crash or one poor use of energy to change things up pretty quick. Now another New England team goes out on course while a whole bunch wait in the start pen for their opportunity.
Some Intermountain, Pacific Northwest, and Mid-A skiers now powering up that first hill around the corner, expertly navigating the slushy little berms that are starting to form. Fortunately, it's not too warm out, so the course is holding up all right, despite lots of racing happening on it this morning.
You can see the athletes who are performing the tags stand up and just remain in the direction that they were originally traveling until they have an opportunity to look over their shoulder and steer their way off the side of the trail without getting in anybody's way. That's a really professional way of doing this. So it's good to see that. I'm sure that these athletes were briefed heavily by their coaches in preparation for this race and maybe even did a couple practice tags previously in the week, because the tag zone is one of those areas in a cross-country ski race where the race is never won, but it is sometimes lost. If you fall and break a piece of equipment or go out the end without getting tagged and get disqualified, so there's no sense in letting that happen. And it's good to see these athletes being smart and making sure to not get in anybody's way.
So just to wrap up our top 5 when we saw them at the handoff, in the lead is New England. In 2nd is Far West. In 3rd is Intermountain. In 4th is Mid-Atlantic. And in 5th is the Pacific Northwest. So lots of racing action still to come, but that was your top 5 at the handoff. It'll be a little bit before we see our skiers out on course, but not too long, since they only ski 3 kilometers each. Goes by just quick, just like that, as I said earlier. Yeah, they're taking the women took about 9 minutes to get through a lap, so looking for a similar time or maybe a bit faster for our U16 boys to lap through coming on up.
One interesting thing to note is that if Far West can maintain their position on the podium here in the U16 relay, then Far West will have podiumed in every race, every relay so far today, and every relay of this championships, which I'm totally making things up here, but I would imagine that's a first in a very long time, or maybe ever, that the Far West team secures a podium in every relay.
Yeah, that would be an amazing feat to see.
That would be for sure. I mean, I don't know, has New England podiumed in every relay so far? I think so.
I think so, yeah.
But still, it would be an amazing feat for Far West to pull that off with so many fewer athletes than some of these huge regions like New England and Rocky Mountain and Intermountain. on that subject, I'm actually just receiving word from my friend Brandon Hurusky, who used to proudly represent the Far West, that U18 race might have been the first Far West relay victory ever. So put that in your back pockets as we see our leading team, number something, but that was certainly the New England athlete, going up the hill, powering, increasing his gap over what looks to be now the Intermountain skier, who has made a pass and moved into second place.
That would be Matthew McIntosh in the lead and Odin Berryman now in second. So here is our Far West skier, Elio Adriani, hoping to hold that third place and tag off to his teammates in the stadium coming up. They seem to be quite a bit ahead of the rest of the field, but never out of touch. So I don't know. We might see some exciting last-minute surges here in the U16 race. You can never know with these U16s. They can bring the heat. So we'll see. Some more relay teams coming through now on the top of that hill, ready to descend into their last and final hill. A lot of different teams represented. Saw Midwest, saw Intermountain, we saw New England, and here is our New England leader. That is Matthew McIntosh, representing the Green Mountain Valley School as well as his region, New England.
And following close behind him, looking just as energetic, is the Intermountain skier, but close behind is the Far West skier. They hang on for third place on what could be a historically good day for the small region of Far West. Really pulling for these athletes in the U16 category to secure another podium. But here comes number 32. That is Odin Berryman, looking strong and fast. Chasing closely is number 14, Elio Adriani. He is sure to get over the finish line in third place position and tag off his teammate, Ali Scott. Coming up the hill now is a big pack of skiers. This is sure to be pandemonium in the tag zone when they get there in just a couple of minutes. Here's another big pack involving a New England skier representing, New England, and a Pacific Northwest skier and a Rocky skier. Following them is a group of an Alaskan team wearing bib number 1. That must be Raven Spangler, and a Pacific Northwest team and a Mid-A team. And
Kean Reed for the Pacific Northwest there in the chase pack, and our leaders now coming into the exchange.
Looking very, very strong here. That is the New England team. He is tagging off to Mary Harrington. Mary Harrington on course. He's sleeping on this.
Intermountain now coming into the exchange. A couple seconds behind New England, so we can see if any moves are being made. But that is Tula Higman now setting out on course. And here is our legends, the Far West team. That will be Eiley Scott now out on course, and they are a bit ahead of our 4th and 5th place team. So hopefully they can hold that lead, and we'll see some Far West on the podium yet again. But it looks like our top 3 have spread out quite a bit today. Still, of course, half of the entire race left to go. So anything can happen out here. It gets fast and it gets loose.
We are receiving official word from the spectators that the atmosphere is absolutely electric out there. We can hear some kind of horn honking as the athletes go underneath the bridge, and that hill, which we're getting a glimpse of now, is just lined with U18 and U20 athletes cheering on these U16s as they get over the finish line and round out the very end of this championship here in Lake Placid, New York. more athletes powering through the end of their leg. Getting up and over this hill for the last time all week. I think for many it will come as a relief to tag off and go into full recovery mode, because this is an exhausting week if I remember correctly. What with the racing and the off-day antics and everything else that goes on at JN's. You can see the conditions are not exactly super easy for these U16s. I think all the other athletes racing on the courses have definitely rutted things up and made them a little bit soft, but it's good to see nobody slowing down, nobody letting their spirits be diminished as a result of it. I think we've had a couple crashes, but nothing problematic, short of a few seconds lost here and there. So also, from what we can tell, the tag zone has been very clean, so glad to keep that streak going throughout the whole day, because a crash in the tag zone is never fun.
Duo of Rocky Mountain skiers coming in to tag off to their teammates, ready to set out for the third lap of this 4-lap relay race.
As a reminder, just in case things were too hectic to follow along, our top 5 stands at the tag zone as follows. Number 1 is Team New England. Number 2 is Team Intermountain. Number 3 is Team Far West. Number 4 is Team Intermountain. Number 5 is Team New England. So it really looks like a Team New England versus Team Intermountain with a little Far West sprinkled in, which should be a recipe for quite the battle coming up in the third and fourth leg.
Yeah, all the ingredients are there for some great racing cooking up later.
Definitely. Can't wait to get that camera back onto the hill and see how things have changed.
I don't think it will be too long until we get to check in on our U16 racers out up on the course. As we wait, we continue to see some great relay exchanges going on in the stadium. It just is it's busy down there. It's looking like a bustling marketplace.
It's real busy. It's just like what we were dealing with in the U18 race, where we have athletes going out on course to get tagged. We have athletes leaving the tag zone after tagging off. And we have last leg athletes moving into the tag zone to get their skis on and get prepared for their leg. So really just everybody going every which way. We have people crossing, but thanks to the fantastic volunteers and everybody down there organizing everything, we haven't seen any massive collisions or anything like that. So big shout out to the volunteers here at Mt Van Hoevenberg for allowing this week to go off without a hitch. And here we go. It looks like the U16 New England athlete remains in the lead. That is number 63, Mary Harrington. She has certainly extended her lead, or else kept it the same, in comparison to second place, which remains the Intermountain athlete. That is Tula Higman. And if my eyes are not deceiving, the Far West team remains right there for third place. That is, without a doubt, Eiley Scott from the Far West region, skiing stride for stride with Tula Higman, getting ready to tag off to their anchor leg, who will hopefully secure them the third out of 3 podiums in today's relay events.
Yeah, I think that this top 3 seems pretty set at this point.
I think
we
so
might
too.
see some movement within them, but I'm not expecting a lot of that. It seems like they put a pretty big gap on 4th and 5th place. So I am excited. I hope that they will continue to have some fast racing out here, and we won't see anything dramatic.
Definitely. Looks like 4th and 5th place are coming up the hill now. That must be a New England skier wearing bib number 65 and a Mansfield Nordic top, and that is number 33 from the Intermountain. Number 33 from the Intermountain is Taylor Nadler.
And Brooke Greenberg for New England.
Yes, indeed, Brooke
in
Greenberg.
a little battle out there, so we'll see who can come up with that 4th and 5th spot.
And here come your leaders up the final hill, getting ready to drop into the stadium and tag off to the anchor legs, who will bring this race in. It looks like everybody made it down the corner unscathed.
We have a Far West coach on there. Can't quite see who that is, but getting extremely excited for their athletes and their team.
I think that might be Bernie Nelson, who's been in the coaching game for a very long time. She was my coach when I on my first year on the U.S. development team, and now she coaches in Tahoe and helps out for Far West at Junior Nationals. So she's surely excited for these Far West athletes who are putting down a historically good relay day here at Junior Nationals. That is the Far West skier, Eiley Scott, getting over the finish line, getting ready to tag off to their anchor leg, who is Luca Karnikas. Luca Karnikas has had a good week here, and I'm sure he will power that Far West team over the line as fast as anybody.
Back to that final hill before the tag off. We have more U16 women just pushing all they have and giving all the energy remaining after this long week of racing, because this is it. This is all that they have.
This is it. It's the end. Might as well leave it all out there.
No reason not to. No reason not to.
No reason not to. It looks like New England will come around the final bend and tag off in first to their anchor leg, who is Matthias Citarella. He's on course. Queuing up in the tag zone now is the Intermountain anchor, Ian Carmack. Very excited to see what he can do out here. Maybe he can chip away at this New England lead. But it's a short, fast race, and the lead is looking pretty large. And coming around now is the crowd favorites, Team Far West. Getting ready in the tag zone is Luca Karnikas.
And Luca now out on course. Only one lap remains between these skiers and the finish line of a long week of racing. It seems like we've got a pretty large gap here between 3rd and 4th and 5th. So I would be shocked if we see any movement into the top 3 from any of our other teams. But of course, anything can happen.
As we've said hundreds of times this week, anything can happen, and anything has happened. But I think I agree. I think our top 3 is pretty well locked in. And I wonder, Quincy, what you think this means for the Alaska Cup overall. We haven't seen Team Alaska on the podium in the last few races.
This is true. I'm not quite sure. They only had a bit of a lead coming into today. I'm no mathematician, and I don't have the stats in front of me. But if I was Team Alaska, I'd be a little worried about Intermountain. They decided to bring it this week, and especially today in the relays.
I agree. If I was a betting man, I think I would be putting my life savings on Intermountain for that 2nd place in the Alaska Cup standings. But again, I don't know. Just off the cuff. Queuing up in the tag zone now is the Pacific Northwest team, an Alaskan team, and what looks like a Midwest team. So they're getting ready to go.
Rocky now powering up that hill. And we see back in the stadium some tagging action. That is the Midwest team.
Along with the Mid-A team, and I'm just remembering, what the Schultz brothers used to say about mid-A. They would say mid-A all day, and that is definitely what we've been dealing with here at Junior Nationals. The mid-A skiers have been going all day. A few more athletes move their way through the tag zone as we wait patiently to cut to that top of the hill camera, which tells us so much about what's gone on in the first half of these legs.
Speaking of legs, I'm sure these racers' leg muscles are pretty tired after a whole week.
I'm sure they are.
They're powering up these steep hills at Mt Van Hoevenberg here in Lake Placid. We talked about the course in a couple of previous days, but it does contain some pretty steep hills.
Definitely.
Steep descents. Not a whole lot of flat skiing here.
No.
In Lake Placid.
The Scandinavians like to say when they get tired in a race that their legs stiffen up, and I would say that that's an oddly good description of what it feels like to have your legs get extremely tired in a cross-country ski race, especially a skate race. You definitely get stiff out there. A few more athletes moving through the tag zone now. That looks like a Midwest team, a Rocky Mountain team, and a Alaskan team. We see someone repping number 21 on the side of the trail. Not sure who that is, but it must be a USA Hockey jersey. As a Great Lakes athlete powers up the hill to get ready to tag their anchor. Lake Placid, New York is, of course, the location of the famous Miracle on Ice for the USA hockey team in the 1980 Winter Olympics, where the Team USA defeated the big bad Soviets and the Finns for the gold medal. Going by there was the New England skier, cheered on by his coach and New England support staff, Colin Rogers. And following him, I think maybe a little bit closer now, was the Intermountain skier. But, of course, the end of this leg is the end of the race, so he doesn't have to win by much. He only has to win by some. But here's our heroes of the day. The Far West team powering up the last hill with a massive gap over fourth place.
I don't think we're going to see anyone touch these top three, Ben.
I don't think so. And I couldn't be happier with the way it's shaken out, if I'm being completely honest with you.
No, this is just awesome to watch.
Pulling hard for the...
no one else in sight. No one else even in sight at this point in the race, which is pretty impressive. I think in all of our other races, fourth and fifth, tried to reel in our top three, but I think our gold, silver, and bronze will be decided.
I think they're fully established, and it's really just a battle for the wooden medal out there, fourth place. So that is absolutely tremendous news for the Far West team, who has put up absolutely amazing results all day long in today's relay. Here they come.
And IMD looking to make a move, maybe.
IMD looking to make a move late in the game.
Whoa.
It looks like number 63 might be having his lead shortened a little bit by number 32. This could come right down to it, but boy, we have some New England support on this last hill, so this could get tight. Oh my goodness.
63 and 32. That is Matthias Citarella and Ian Carmack, everyone.
This is going to be a thrilling finish. It's a full-on nail-biter as Ian Carmack completely closes the gap to the New England team, who has been leading this entire race.
There's definitely some fire under Ian Carmack right now, so
Definitely.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a sprint finish from him, but hopefully Matthias Citarella can put up a good fight. His New England teammates flocking to the sides of the trail from our viewpoint here, and so are the IMD teammates, so they are just screaming out there for these athletes.
This could get good. It looks like New England has gone into second place around the midway point of the downhill, but they're now in the draft, and it could be rather tight at the finish line. Everybody stay tuned.
We might have called this one too early,
We
man.
might have called this one too
I didn't
early.
think there was going to be any moves made, but there was moves, and they were made.
Oh, these U16s have just been delivering on the exciting races. There's the Alaska Cup, what it's all about here at Relay Day and Junior Nationals. Justin Beckwith stands with bated breath on the side of the course. He is the team leader for Team New England, and surely wants to see his athlete come out on top, but we have Intermountain leading into the final lanes. This could come right down to it. I hope this New England athlete takes a different lane and makes a run for it, but he changes into a V1 late in the game, and it looks like the Intermountain skier will take it with number 63, Matthias Citarella, taking second place.
And here is our far west skier. That will be Luka Karnikas.
What a day for Far West. They are without a doubt the heroes of Relay Day at Junior Nationals 2024, pulling down 3 podiums in all 3 of the races. Big shout out to the Far West team for a beautifully skied bronze medal.
And here is our winning Intermountain team with the American flag.
Look at them. They couldn't be more happy with the way that this day has this week and really has ended here in Lake Placid, New York. They will be going up on the big stage tonight at the banquet.
That was some excellent racing we saw.
That was honestly well played race by Ian Carmack. He really just waited till the very end and only pounced at the moment when it counted over the finish line. So professionally skied and very, very fun to watch.
Here we have a Pacific Northwest skier powering up this last hill. That's going to be number 76, Aiden Sands for Pacific Northwest. So a lot of action still happening out here on course as our skiers trickle into the finish line slowly.
There's number 65 over the finish line. That looks to me like Oren Slover. Coming in now for a little bit of a sprint finish is a Rocky team and another Intermountain team. Rocky team wearing bib number 84. That must be Landon Laverdiere. He's had a great week. And number 1 across the line is Jack Levesque representing Alaska Winter Stars and the Alaskan team.
Seems like IMD took the cake on this one versus Alaska in the battle for second place in the Alaska Cup. I think that New England still will remain in the lead, but
I think so too.
Can't call it till you know. So
don't call it until it's all calculated and over. But I think the real race will be for second and third place. More athletes cruising over the finish line here to round out the week at Junior Nationals. We have just about maybe 10 or 15 more athletes on course getting ready to get over the finish line and call it a week here at Junior Nationals in Lake Placid, New York. I want to extend one big thanks to all of the parents and grandparents and just family members and friends and everybody else who have stuck with us through thick and thin on the live stream this week and continue to support all of the athletes from afar. It's a really awesome lifestyle for these athletes to be able to come to Junior Nationals and represent the region and meet new people and see new places. So it's a really special opportunity, and I know that wouldn't be possible without the support of all the parents and grandparents and aunts and uncles and everybody else who make it happen, both financially and with the motivation and just the excitement and love for endurance sports that we all share. So huge shout out to all of you wonderful people. A couple more athletes coming over the line now. It looks like two Alaskan teams who have been duking it out this entire race. Both come over the line together, as well as a Midwest skier and a Rocky skier. The finish pen is crowded as always. Everybody's sort of taking their time.
Can't be helped by the large trophy also standing in the finish pen. That is the Alaska Cup itself.
Definitely, everybody oogling at the hardware there. A few more athletes coming across the finish line. I think, according to our live timing, we have just about 8 or 9 athletes still out on course for this U16 National Championship Relay in Lake Placid, New York.
Stadium is just popping with activity. We're seeing many super fans walk by. Of course, all the athletes congratulating their teammates and sending love out to the live stream. A sprint finish there for 104 and 86. That was Peter Kahn, I think, and Darren Benning.
Exciting race for them. Across the line is another far west skier wearing bib number 15. He will certainly go and celebrate with the rest of his teammates.
Rocky now coming across the finish line all the way from out near Colorado to try his hand here at racing in the East.
And another busy afternoon in the stadium and in the finish and the pre-finish area. All kinds of athletes congratulating themselves or congratulating each other. Coaches getting excited and everybody getting ready to pack up and mosey back home tomorrow after tonight's festivities, including the banquet where all the athletes from all the races will be re-awarded. Along with the athletes from the last few days who haven't had any kind of recognition just yet. So that'll be very exciting. And, of course, the award of the Alaska Cup and the Club Overall Cup and also the high school overall, best high school overall, which at last check was being led by Jackson Hole High School. So that should be a fun-filled, action-packed evening for these athletes and coaches to get a little recognition for all the hard work all season and all week. It looks like, as of yesterday, APU continues to lead our club overall, but then we had a little change up for second place where Loppet Nordic Racing has moved into second place and Alaska Winter Stars now resides in third place, but we'll have to see how that changes after today. This race is rapidly coming to a close. I believe we have just 2 more teams out there on course. Looks like a Great Lakes team is coming in now over the finish line. That's number 102. That actually might be a mixed team, but they are all wrapped up on today's relay. as far as the Roger Weston Award goes, as of yesterday, the boys from West Anchorage High School are currently leading for the men's field, and the girls from Truckee High School are leading for the women's field. So that is very exciting for them, and we'll hope that those leads remain after the relay day. I don't want to speak too soon, but it seems like every athlete might be over the finish line here at the U16 men's 4x3 kilometer relay at Junior National Championships in Lake Placid, New York. So congratulations to all the athletes and all the staff and everybody else for getting over the finish line and completing another incredible Junior Nationals.
And we just got confirmation that we are done. Every race has been completed here at the Cross Country Junior National Championships in Lake Placid, New York, 2024. It has just been a pleasure to serve you this week and announce this this live stream, bringing back lots of great memories from my days as a junior national racer. And it's great to be here in beautiful Lake Placid, despite the mixed weather, and it's just great to see these athletes throwing down and putting it out there, and that's just, you can't ask for more than that.
No, you really can't. You really can't. I'd love to echo everything that Quincy said and extend a huge thank you to everybody for staying with us on the live stream. My name is Ben Ogden. This is my first ever announcing gig, but maybe I'll have to try my hand at more. If you guys enjoyed it, please make sure to reach out to Mt Van Hoevenberg over social media or any other means possible, and just extend your thanks to all of the staff here for making such an incredible event for the kids. And yeah, thank you again, and signing off for the year, it's Ben Ogden and
Quincy Massey Bierman. Thank you.
And there's also awards at 5, so don't forget to come back for that. Unfortunately, Quincy and I will not be here for that, but they will be announced by the famous Pete Davis. So get excited and get fired up, and we'll see you guys out there on the trails.